前へと進むがいい。
Captain on bridge.
姑娘出场了吗？布罗尼亚到达配置地点。Fire！
丽塔，恭候您的指示。
上场了吗？没问题。轮到本姑娘出场了吗？该我上场了吗？没问题。布罗尼亚到达配置地点。
放风时间到了。
该我上场了吗？没问题。我一定会保护你的。Fire！ 该我上场了吗？没问题。Fire！
丽塔，恭候您的指示。
天哪！ 到本姑娘出场了吗？ 天哪！出击！Fire！刚跟你撸 ！Fire！Fire！ 布奥尼亚到达配置地点。 轮到本姑娘出场了吗？刚跟你撸 ，fire！ 该我上场了吗？没问题，出击！ 刚跟你撸 ，fire！Fire！ 刚跟你撸 ，fire！ 刚跟你撸 ，fire！
Towards the end of that one. Maybe I should go make some coffee. That's crazy. We've already recovered our crystals this much. Alright, AFK for a bit. I'm gonna go make some coffee. My break text here. BRB.
信号超时，接下来的工作由我暂代指挥。哦，你是什么时候回来的？看了多久？
Okay, coffee has started. I think we're gonna shift gears here. Um, I kind of have the itch to do a little Elysian Realm farming. Variable arms.
不用紧张，我在这里。休息结束，出发。
Variable arms.
“听见歌哨声了吗？又好像是……
I don't understand why she doesn't count as fast attack when she's all fast attack. Oh, whoops, I should have picked the Elysia one.
“需要我先行探路吗？”没有比每项日程都正在按计划进行。不用紧张，我在这里。再试一次，嘿，哼，呀，哼，哼，呀，呀，别想躲，哼，呀，呀，白石，至极，不过如此。纵跃，落，哼，哼，哼，哼，呀，差点转头，哼，哼，呀，上，哼，呀，左上右下，哼，防得住吗？挡不住，但是游刃势不可挡。相衔一击。
I don't understand it. But some of the attacks are getting juiced hard. Variable arms. Uh-huh.
不用紧张，我在这里。需要我先
Variable arms.
挡不住，纵跃，上，呀，别想躲，左上右下，哼，防得住吗？哼，
你战斗的样。
不用紧张，我在这里。需要我先行探路，呀，别想躲，纵跃，落上，呀，别想躲，击扫，上，哼，挡不住，上，哼，呀，呀。
So spam, alt, spam, weapon, spam, alt, spam, weapon.
你说要
Huh?
不用紧张，我在这里。呀，击扫，收，哼，挡不住，呀，别想躲，纵跃，上，哼，挡不住，左上右下，哼，防得住吗？哼，相衔一击，哼，挡不住，呀，别想躲，敌人。破！纵跃，呀，别想躲，呀，哈，呀！这本就是属。 不用紧张，我在这里。需要我先行探路吗？不赖嘛！哼，挡不住！哼，呀是！哼，挡不住！是！纵欲！哼，挡不住！是！啊！哼！是！哼，挡不住！香涎一击！
Ooh, Eden would be really good for her too.
要想一直成功，
不用紧张，我在这里。需要我先行探路吗？消息结束，出发。不用紧张，我在这里。消息结束，同步模式。
天地三才，
尽扫你，哼，
听之
挡不住。哼哼哼，呀哼哼哼哼哼呀哼呀哼，走上就下，哼，防得住吗？哼哼哼，纵欲落，呀，别想躲。
强大的力量。
不用紧张，我在这里。需要，哼，是，纵欲，呀，别想躲，是。 哼，挡不住！哼，呀，别想躲！是，呀，别想躲！纵欲！哼，挡不住！呀，别想躲！哼，挡不住！尽扫！呀，别想躲！是，离刃！破！纵欲！是。如果。 不用紧张，我在这里。哼，
好久。
需要我先行探路吗？
wonder how fast I can beat Kevin.
不用紧张，我在这里。休息结束，哼哼，挡不住，纵欲上，天，别想躲，哼，挡不住，连刃，破，哼哼，挡不住，
This is kind of ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
不用紧张，我在这里。休息结束，出发。
Hold up.
捷报，
需要我先行探路吗？再试一次。同步模式。
Whoops, I fumbled.
差点准头。纵欲，落，白石，至极，不过，洞察一眼。 不出虚妄，天，别想躲，哼，呀，哼，挡不住，上。
Okay, probably would have gone faster if I didn't accidentally astral burst.
对女武神来说，这是理所当然的胜利。
Oh. Support equipment that automatically deals weapon damage. Damage increases with the number of corresponding signets. $13 variable arms. This is actually decent for if your characters are under level, you can rely on the variable arms to push. We need to do this before it goes away.
时候收尾了。别想躲！剑发，必中！祭扫，收！
Oh, she can dive kick.
"对女武神来说，这是理所当然的胜利。
Gotta go farm saber mats. Alright, let me go grab my coffee. We'll come back and continue this tutorial. Completely forgot to play a tutorial. I have to pre-farm for saber mats because I think Finon ate all my saber mats.
早晨除秽，正当其时。
复位，计时开始。差点准头。到你了，寻梦者。我也不能拖你们后腿呀。是。 到你了，寻梦者。我也不能别想躲呀！真是留刃，势不可挡，剑发必中。相衔一击。
你在看哪儿？拜年时间到，贺岁飞兔，古乐喧天，万事大吉。
太慢了。山河千里，任我行。后背，交给我吧。百使之极，不过连刃破，不惧一血，名正信仰。哼，对女武神来说，这是理所当然的胜利。来去从心，太慢了。不问晴雨，心无忌。
你在看哪儿？想看舞蛇吗？年糕旋风，
彼此烈火，
送旧迎新。
后背，交给我吧。是时候收尾了。呀！真是留刃，势不可挡。人，哼，人，哼，人，哼，人，哼，哼，哼。继续，用赫利亚的方式拓行前路。
I'm surprised Aichan doesn't show the double rot.
到你了，寻梦者。我也不能拖你们后腿呀。连刃破。
Oh, maybe this is the double rot.
别想逃，打起精神哦！云云长吹，早晨除晦。
Oh, look how smooth it is now. Somebody's cooking.
剑指万里，山河千里。
I used to have so many delays back in the day during the tutorials.
后背，交给我吧。左上右下，哼，绑得住吗？剑发必中。
There we go. Punch out.
洞察一眼，不出虚妄。
We're so Helia.
赫利亚的方式拓行前路。
Did we even beat what's his face at the end of last story chapter? I feel like we didn't, right? We just fought ourselves. What's his name? Latoast? Yeah, everybody just supports each other now.
承蒙相助，这一届保你
So
吃不
this
了。
is support Helia, I guess.
兜着走，有破绽，以快制慢。不问晴雨， 心无忌。
Yeah, it's Honkai Part 2. Everybody supports everybody.
尽在掌中。纯知的语言
Which is, it makes it where, like, you can skip, but everybody's also mandatory, because everybody supports everybody, so, like, you want the optimal team, you needed that character that you just skipped. It's annoying as hell.
无惧一血。
I kind of lucked out where I skipped Sleepy Terry, and then the very next character was also a Quantum. Was it the very next character, or 2 characters later?
剑指万里。
Sleepy Terry is the only one I skipped in Part 2. Jeez, why is this so long?
不问情语，心无忌。
我心
2 later. Yeah, so it wasn't too bad, but it definitely, now that we are on the longer patch cycle, like,
这一趟
if you're playing actively, there's almost no excuse to skip.
你呢？
Could have also skipped Lantern. Yeah, Lantern was... I don't know. I feel like if I skipped Lantern, Thelema would have been really annoying to play. During that first year of Part 2, it was just like... It was very hard to judge. But yeah, looking back, Lantern probably... Out of the initial 3 S ranks, Lantern was definitely less good. Guys, I think I might have a stress eating problem. I went and got Kadoba again tonight. It was so good, but I feel... it makes me feel, like I'm eating way more than I'm supposed to. I'm not getting enough physical activity. It's not been good. I think if I get hungry later on, I'm just gonna make, like, broth and maybe, like, some vegetables. I think I have a bunch of broccoli I need to eat before it goes bad. Starving yourself, like, unintentionally day fasting. Yeah, and it was weird too, right? Because, like, FOV was so much fun. Like, how fun Helia is right now was how fun FOV was a year ago. You just have, like, all these, like, really fun sequences, and on top of the, like, main sequences, you had all these, like, variation sequences depending on HP pools. And ranks, right? Like, if you had double S. I think that was probably my only disappointment. But I pulled for double S, but I felt bad for everybody that had only rolled for S0 FOV. Because I feel like, when I look back at the end of Part 2, Vampire Terry and FOV were, like, the peak Part 1 characters. End of Part 1. But FOV having that weird requirement of, like, double S for the extra dodge attack You can do million variations. Yeah, that's the fun part. I think you know what the frustrating thing is. Like we had to fight Clock Boss, and right now there's not as many like exciting cycles for Helia. I don't think they're exciting, right? The last couple of bosses that we had since Clock Boss was funny because it was like you had to like play around the paralyze, which is a little bit annoying. It's a little bit annoying. Sampo, I didn't watch like the references, so I kind of just like yeah, Sampo was pretty fun. Sampo was pretty fun. I don't remember what the heck I did, but that was pretty fun. Oh, was that the one where I needed like double S Terry or something and I didn't have it? So I took 11th and dropped down. My biggest struggle with food right now is like remembering not to dine out so much, or like not ordering as much when I do dine out. Was it the Sampo fight? No, I don't think it was the Sampo one. I think it was either the one before Sampo. Because Sampo, I was already in Red Lotus, and I dunked on that fight in Red Lotus. Because I remember it was like, oh, I can paralyze him when he's doing his hat, he's doing his stupid hat change. Yeah, I'm at the age now like where like on top of wanting to eat a lot, I'm also like hyper attentive to whether or not I'm getting enough fiber. Do you guys think about how much fiber and water that you're intaking as part of your daily diet? Boy, let me tell you. Yeah, please pay attention to your fiber intake and your hydration, especially if you're living a very sedentary lifestyle like myself. Oh wow, look at that. I got some good coins. Let's go play something else. Is there anything to do left in Genshin that we haven't done yet? Yeah, but make just make sure that you're eating enough veggies even as you have meat in your diet. It's for your digestive health. But I'm at the point now where like I can't just I have to actually remember to I'm gonna try certain meals like veggies only. I'm at the point now where the doctor's like, hey, you need to pay attention to your cholesterol. Yeah, I love stir fry stuff. Do have some meats I need to cook too before that goes bad. 2 pieces of pork or something. I've been going back to doing steel pan cooking. I think for the last year or so, I was definitely doing a lot of cast iron, but I think it's time to go back to steel pan. Yeah, I don't count too many calories. My biggest thing is like if I'm just controlling portions or just like isolating different food groups per meal, I can sort of get a good idea. But the problem is every time I go out to eat, I'm getting those like, you know, 500-600 calorie burrito bowls.
管理します。じゃじゃーん。フィナーレと行こうか。せっ。
攻守兼備。ディオナの
霧となって散りなさい。It's showtime!
Blood pressure pretty high. Yeah, my blood pressure was low for a long time because I used to run when I was in the army, and now I don't run at all. And I probably should start running again, because that will help burn a lot of calories. My dad is coming up to me bragging about how he ran this much, blah blah blah, and I'm like, yeah, I used to do that. But yeah, I need to, even if I just go outside for a walk, I think that would be helpful. Yeah, I used to swim a lot too. Or not a lot, but like moderate amount. Yeah. Who would have thought? If you're a swimmer, swimming helps you run better. And running helps you swim better. Because you're practicing your breathing and improving your lung capacity. Yeah, yoga is good too. My mom and my sister used to do yoga for a while. Oh yeah, we need to do Apocalyptic Shadow in Star Rail tonight.
捕まえたにゃリオナの特
ちょっとしたトリックさ。それ。ゆっ。ゆっ。ほっ。清掃を開始。拍手のご用意を。
飲みすぎだよ。
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that the other day. Did you finish leveling it up already? $105. Only these games just naturally converted excess crit rate into crit damage. That would be nice.
お誘いいただき感謝します。
Alright, Escoffier. So this is how I farm friendship now. I wish when you hit auto on weapon enhance that it would just enhance from the crystals that you have first. I wish it would let you click drag as well. Oh yeah, is there any value to having a Aquila Pavonia maxed out? Or even more than one of them? Because I kept these as separated because I figured, oh, there's probably going to be a sword user that can make use of them. Rather than just refining them. Although I think, like, maybe for the Great Sword I could probably... For the Skyward Pride I could probably refine. Because I don't think Skyward Pride I would need more than... one of. Oh, wait. Jean can use one, right? Jean can use one and Benny can use one. But the problem is... It's so convenient having just Favonius on both of them.
これってとある神ならではの神託の伝え方だそうですね。
低温調理目も舌も満足させ
風神様のお告げです。
Jean benefits from total attack, doesn't she? For her healing?
滅かやふっ
水圧剣。
食前に甘いものを。
Hold on. Core memory unlocked. Once upon a time, we used to come out here and farm these ruin guards.
せいたよたはっデータの時間
面白くなっ
管理します。満ち溢れよ。た
神のご加護。
すったはっさたせやはっはっや
Yeah, we used to come here as a party to farm these dudes. Farm all these rocks. Really makes you realize like how much time has passed since Genshin release.
食前に甘いものを最高の一品よ。我に光を。ふんしせい
Crazy that the forge is like supposed to be right here.
賑やかに。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
風神様の
滅ふんはっやっ 最高選手
Oh yeah, the myth.
面白くなってきた。
最高の一品よ。
Was it for a weekly? Was it for weekly battle pass? Collect like mats on the ground or something like that. So the Red Cliff Forge is where these pipes lead to. There was, I think, was it Tartalia's quest? You actually get to go inside this fissure and actually go to the Red Cliff Forge. So I don't know if you remember the Red Cliff series of weapons. Collect 100 Mondstadt specialties. Yeah, 1.0 was a time. 1.0 was a time and a vibe. Oh, Blackcliff. It was the Blackcliff Foundry. Yeah, Blackcliff Forge is actually right here. So this spot right here is the Blackcliff Forge. It's like a weapons arms dealer in Liyue. Yeah, the child quest takes place there, but that's the place where all the weapons in the Stardust shop come from.
清掃を開始しま食前に
賑やかに行きましょう。かっ
はっせいやっふんと
「
used to take all the violet grass because I was trying to level up my Chi-Chi. Oh. Yeah, resin in that first year was so bad. The resin cap was lower too, right? Like right now it's 200, but it used to be like 140 or 160 or something stupid. Stupidly annoying. Like if you weren't babysitting your resin, you would just cap and then your extra resin just dies. And it was like, at the time, it was like, this is so dumb because Honkai already had resin, like, or stamina overflow. So, like, why not? Same as Honkai 3rd until P2. But no, Honkai 3rd had a really long... Well, Honkai 3rd had rested EXP, basically. You would just have it would just accumulate in your refrigerator at a reduced rate. But I remember in Honkai 3rd the cap would go up every time you leveled up. So like it used to cap out at 185. And now it's like it caps out at like 285. In High 3 anyway. It used to be more important when you were starting, well, not when you're starting out, because you would refresh every time you leveled up. But it used to be more important when you were actively farming A ranks, because your A ranks were kind of limited by stamina. How many times you can farm the old stages, old story stages. Yeah, it was, like I said, it was more important when farming A ranks to triple S actually mattered. Soon as that stopped mattering, because you could just buy fragments for your SPA ranks in the shop, stamina became irrelevant. But yeah, like back in 2020, 2021, stamina management in Honkai 3rd was annoyingly relevant, because on a fresh account, you had to balance sometimes 2 open worlds, so you needed to spam those adventure tasks because you were fighting for AE Imaginons, so you would have enough cubes to upgrade your weapons. You needed to level up your A rank characters because you didn't have enough crystals for those S rank characters. SPA ranks were slowly being trickled in, and they weren't all like conveniently farmable like they were between 2022 and 2023. So early on, stamina management was a pain in the ass in Honkai 3rd for sure. Yeah, 4 open worlds at the same time. Yeah, you just draining stamina. But yeah, nowadays I have so much stamina overflow. I'm like maxing out my battle pass so fast every week, hitting weekly cap because I'm just spamming stuff. But yeah, like back then, like units like Hawk of the Fog and Night Squire were on the like, well, this is your F2P farming list, and you need to be farming those stages for those fragments every day once you're done with your regular dailies. Yeah. I think co-op raid for like 2 or 3 stages wouldn't have been bad, but it was the fact that you needed to do all 6 stages co-op. Because like queuing into one or 2 stages was not that bad, especially like when they broke it up, like you just 2 2 2 2 2. It was just remembering to do it. Did you ever? Well, the problem with the daily co-op was that daily co-op for materials, I think some people just stopped doing it. I realized for me, I stopped doing it because if you do the individual ones, there you get first time bonus for like there was crystal rewards for first time clearing it. I don't remember, but I remember at some point I was like, it's faster if I just do the solo version. Um, bounties. Did you ever play when bounties were a thing? There was a solo version. Yeah, for materials, yes. For materials, that's what your auto light basically simulates now. But yeah, I thought that was really neat that they're like co-op in a fast-paced game like this even existed back then. Um, but they added more co-op stages later on that had like more mechanics that you had to do. It's real fuzzy for me nowadays looking back. I think you could do both. You had to refresh one of the consumable time gate items to do both, like the iCham Planeroids. Like you had to manually refresh it with that. Like if you missed a day, you could pile up a bunch so that you could do both. Um, yeah, something like that. I definitely think some of the raids were really annoying in co-op, like because they really demanded like boss mechanics had to be done. There was one that kind of like took place in the Arc City setting, and it was like the third or fourth stage when you were deep in the hacking layer, and like the storyline is like Bronya's basically got hacked into the city or whatever. There was a deathly doom that spawned spider webs under it at like a certain HP percentage or after like the first HP bar was cleared. And if people didn't know to move out, like your character just got like time slowed for an obnoxious amount of time. And it was like, did you have a player in the party who could just, just delete the boss before that phase, or you had people who knew mechanics enough? I think it was one of the Divine Key raids before you were level enough to do Priarm raids. Yeah, that one was really annoying. There was another raid. I think it was set in the story point where Bronya was in the coma and you're like in hackerspace trying to wake Bronya up. But notoriously, stage 2 was called Archer's Canyon, and you had to play a ranged character. Because if you didn't, you couldn't hit anything across the map. So I remember like before I started, I would type in chat like, "Hey, make sure you switch to a ranged character." Oh man, I had so many bricked runs from that. And then what was it? The Homu Crown. Do you remember the Homu Crown? It was like the fifth stage. You had to drive the Homu King into the crowns. So those were the mechanic heavy ones. One of the raids was like an elevator, very very Halo 2, right? Because Halo 2, you're always on an elevator. So one of the raids was like one of the stages. You're in the elevator, and if you played Valkyrie Chariot, you could just gather every wave. You could just gather the mobs to the middle, because there was always like a mob that had a shield, and you needed to pull that mob into Ein, the droid, who would disable the shield for you. Bro, like imagine the Homu Crown. Yeah, man. It's like WoW M plus mechanics in Honkai Third in a 3-man dungeon. Bro. Oh, did we ever change categories? Are we still in Honkai Third category? Oops.
凶猛な雷光は雲の下にしか存在しない。その雲を突き抜ければ 依然として晴れているものだ。満ち溢れよ。はっ。
Alright, I think we have enough to keep upgrading that one.
や清掃を開始。
風神様の
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
Did you ever play Hawk of the Fog, Pot? Or by the time you started, Hawk of the Fog was already retired, pretty much. She was retired. Okay, so before SPA ranks, they had this thing called augments. Augment battle suits. So first when the game released, they had just your regular battle suits, and then they were like, okay, well, what about we have these awakenings, where we link the awakening to an existing battle suit, and they have shared level, like, shared skills, but you can't deploy them in the same team. They eventually got rid of that, which is why they had things like, oh, HT can't benefit from Lightning Empress party leader skill, because they used to be shared skills. Same thing, Azure Imperia and Phoenix, they were shared battle suits for a long time. But being able to play them with each other, it was like, that was a really fun way to do, like, double support for FOV. I think that's like a really fun team now if you were in lower abysses where you could just play like FOV Phoenix with AE. Whew, very Fuhua, huh? But yeah, the early augments were not that great. Raiden Mei augment was tied to the storyline. It was supposed to update her like original second battle suit, and it kind of flopped. But it was awesome in Threshold Breach. Still the guy, yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Fem on the Korean server, right? He still does like Night Squire runs. They're so dedicated. So Night Squire was so amazing, and part of the reason why the Raiden Mei first augment for her bio suit failed, even though it was really fun on Threshold Breach, and then they fumbled it when Elysian Realm released, was because Night Squire was so good, and Striker Fulminata just could not ever get to how good Night Squire was. And then late 2020 or late 2019, before was it 2019? I think it was 2019. Yeah, it was 2019 because Herrscher of Thunder was 2020. So late 2019, version 3.5. 3.5 was Stygian Nymph for Seele, but in that same patch they released Hawk of the Fog, which was an update on Fuhua's original battlesuit. So they turned her from Psychic Physical to Psychic Lightning. And the Chinese theory crafters and gamers discovered that if you use Hawk of the Fog with this rare, obscure, free-to-play stigmata called Zhangheng B, you could get stupid burst damage on her dodge ult. Zhangheng B had this conditional where it was like, if your combo hit count is less than 25, after you dodge, you get like 90% lightning bonus damage or something. Something stupidly high. And so a lot of MA was like, alright, you have Time Fracture, a Blood Dance, with JST, which is like, you know, pre-Turgenev. And they were like, alright, you're just gonna concentrate all your buffs and farm a dodge, and you're gonna dodge into an ult. And Night Squire's ult, or not Night Squire, Hawk of the Fog's ult was only 25 SP. 50 SP. It was 50 SP. It was 50 SP. So like you're just Time Fracture dodging to farm SP. And doing AB dodge, AB cancel combos on Hawk of the Fog. There were some mad, like, RNG moveset opener rerolls on, like, some old bosses. But executing that dodge ult on Hawk of the Fog is one of the most satisfying things in, like, all of Honkai Impact 3rd. The other is probably, like, Flame Sakitama doing the rhythm dance. It's very slow-paced by modern standards, but, like, at the time, when combat was slower, you know, like, playing the rhythm for Flame Sakitama was really nice. But it had this, like, quality where it did feel like you were in a choreographed, like, kung fu movie, right? Like, oh, you're waiting for the boss does a strike, and you get a perfectly timed Time Fracture that goes right into her six-sided strike ult, and just like, oh, this is so sick. I'm sure somewhere in my old footage on my YouTube channel, there's a couple of boss runs where I ran that stuff. I think somewhere upstairs on my table, I still have, like, my small notebooks where when I first started Honkai 3rd, like, 2020 into 2021, where I had, like, really scuffed gear, like, I was trying to sweat a little bit on Memorial Arena. I used to take notes throughout the week about, like, what's the best score I could get with each team composition that I had available to me, and the stigmata I had available to go around and spread around the team. So I was like, alright, I think I can break into 7% in Masters if I run this team on this boss, this team on this other boss, and this team on this last boss. And it was like, I can get 28k here, and I can get 27k here. I can barely breach 30k here. And this was back when, like, 30.5 on a double S boss was considered, like, decent. Because your whales were doing, like, 31.2 to 31.5. You couldn't 0-second double S bosses because the damage just didn't exist back then. And I remember when 31.7 became available on certain bosses, it was like, man, what is this game coming to? Like, the bosses aren't even getting a chance to breathe anymore. And I remember, like, the very first, like, 1 second and 0-second kills were, like, full of, like, a really stupid Time Fracture related gimmicks that it was cool to see it happen once or twice, but it was also really annoying because you realize, like, the fun of executing a couple of steps for a clean run now, like, it's going to be invalidated and basically power crept. Because now there's a new strat that is faster by 1 second, but you have to, you know, jump through, like, a bunch of different bullshit hoops to get there. Exactly, Pot. Exactly. That's why when Triple S was first introduced, you know, min-maxing didn't feel that bad. When Triple S bosses were first introduced and like all we had was Jizo and Tank, and it was just like Jizo and Tank every other week. You know, getting 47.1 to 47.3 with HOF S0 with Raven support. I was like, all right, this is good enough. You know, this is good enough for top 100. But now like it's the same trend, right? Like Triple S bosses, you have like so many gimmicks, and the rotation is basically a whole piano song that you have to play. You have to play the piano song perfectly. Are we dropping frames? Are we okay? Okay, it looks like we're back. Yeah, and that's kind of why I stopped trying to go for like, you know, score cap references for MA, because it lost a lot of its fun for me.
星と深淵を目指せ。ようこ
That's
そ
not what happened
冒
when I
険者
trained.
協会へ。
It's your fault, Reaper. You brought you bring the buffer.
星と深淵を目指せ。無事今日の依頼。
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move all the overlay files and save them locally to this computer, so that next time I won't ever have to worry about stuff being on the network drive, and I'll just use the network drive for like backing up stuff, or when I'm doing art and I need to save it to the backup to the share folders and stuff. So that way, if for whatever reason the upstairs computer shuts down, I'm not like struggling with it. Mohit, hi, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in on YouTube. Sorry, I'm just now seeing the chat on YouTube. I am 6 minutes late on that one. I apologize. Alright, let's see if we have enough to finish that. Favonius Spear number 5. Oh yeah, how do we get on this topic? So yeah, the whole idea comes back to when Genshin launched. Even though Honkai 3rd's stamina cap was lower than it is now, they had an overflow system in place, and it boggled our minds that so many quality of life features that were already existing in Honkai 3rd were not carried over to Genshin. A lot of Honkai 3rd players that beta tested Genshin put in the feedback, hey, give us gear loadouts. Give us gear loadouts. What's up with this stamina system? Even now, like, Genshin's overflow is, like, really wacky, right? You can only have 5 condensed resin at a time. Like, just give us a proper overflow like how HSR has it. And give us gear loadouts. Alright, we'll farm the rest of this weapon later. I don't feel like farming anymore for today. Even worse, yeah, at least now you have crystal fly traps, so you don't have to like go out and farm it yourself. You can just this is what I do with the crystal fly trap ever since they introduced that. Amazing Guy 100, thank you for the follow. I just put one of these down and I toss all my white iron chunks in there because what else am I using the stuff for? And then I wait a week. 15 a week is def not enough. It is enough if you forget to use your condensed resin like I do. Yeah, it's like Hoyoverse only adds quality of life to the games that are struggling to retain an audience like Zenless and HSR. That's probably why, like, even I never really burned out on this game, was just because, like, once I got a stable amount of artifacts, I didn't really bother as much, like, try-harding, just spamming for artifacts. I remember too early on, one guy that used to be on in the chat a lot, Shuba. I don't know if any of y'all currently were around when I know Reaper was around when Shuba was really active. So Shuba was a Honkai 3rd sweat and then was also a Genshin sweat when Genshin came out, and he complained a lot about dumping hundreds and hundreds of resin. Could not get a good artifact. Could not get a single good artifact. He came back here and there for like certain versions after the fact, but like he hated the artifact farming process. Cause you know, he's a min-maxer, so he's out there day after day trying to get like the best artifact. Could not get a decent one. I think the most artifact farming I did was in Inazuma when Emblem and Shimenawa was like, well, this is the best domain to farm because everybody's using these. Everybody's using, and I had nothing else to do, so I would just log on and I would just spam this domain for until my resin was done. I was like, all right, I guess that's what we're doing. And even looking back, like my Emblem and Shimenawa pieces are still not that great. They were just enough for what I needed, but not great.
霧となって散りなさい。
セピロスよ。
力よ。
低温調理、目も舌も満足させてあげ。賑やかに
清掃を開始。福育の語り。
最高の一品よ。水圧剣神。
道あふれよ。せい。
But one thing that I remember from 1.0 Genshin that I felt like kind of remained with me, and even as I go into Zenless, was like, initially you just need max level artifacts, even if the substats are shitty. It doesn't sound good, but it gives you enough DPS to functionally farm better. You know what that's like, Pine? It's like when you're in like full dungeon epics, but it's like pre-bis going into normal raid. You just need functional gear. It could be Dungeon Blues. It's like Dungeon Blues in an older expansion going into raid.
冷凍の時間賑やかに
Fully crafted PvP gear, yeah.
力よ霧となって散りなさい。
ガンのように羽ばたけ平穏ちょ面白くなってきた
無に着せ力よはっやっせや管理します。
賑やかに行きましょうとりゃひるんじゃダメ食前に甘いものを最高
我に光を
水圧剣神のご加護
満ち溢れよやっふっはっ
Yeah, and I think building characters purely for theater is exactly what the point of theater was, right? It's like, hey, there's like all these different weird and different play styles that exist in the game that people are always complaining that their combat is stale because they don't play these characters that are not like quote unquote optimal for Abyss. But it's nice to just like load into theater, have some wacky buffs available, and then just like see if you can wombo combo on the fly. Theater made you drop the game. No. I can sort of see that though, where it's like this game, if you didn't want to do any of that shit, but at the end of the day, it's like it's still optional, right? It's still optional endgame. Yeah, but now it's like every reaction, once you get it to level 2 or level 3, the reaction is just so OP. The only thing you have to pay attention to is making sure you save one character of the reaction type that you need for like the second to last and last bosses. Oh, because theater had a bunch of achievements attached to it. Yeah. I mean, you still can. You just gotta put in a little bit of time. But a lot of times, like, you could just use the trial characters at level 80, right? The level 80 trial characters are functional enough. I wanted more anecdotes. It's kind of sad when I logged in and there was like no more anecdotes to anecdote. Oh yeah, visionary mode. Yeah, I feel like visionary mode was like way too extra. They shouldn't have done that.
風邪ひくなよ。行け。もう
石煙に葬られよ。お客さんに
呼びかけに応える星たちよ。
これ自由になれ。いやすまんすまん。周りを見張っててくれ。
極寒。
この天下で裁く。
He's so cool.
燃えろ。
どうぞ受けて。
開運昇福。
福育の語り。
みんなは俺が守る。くらえ。へっやっへっふっへっワイスイチューブ。はっやめろ。
お荷物です。よいしょ。我に光を。
全力攻撃だ。やっほっふん。
呼吸を整えよう。加速するぞ。行け行け。加速するぞ。加速するぞ。加速するぞ。イカズチのごとくカウント。
みんなは俺が
これは必要な武力だ。動くな。
天才出番だ。やっほっひゃはっほっやっやっ燃えろ。はっ
コーチの登場だ。
せえ。
武器を捨てろ。
はっはっひゃ
そうこなくもっと早く。
みんながそばにいてくれれば。
投降しろ。最後の警告だ。
ワイスイチューブ。
コーチの登場だ。呼吸を整えよう。動け。
動くな。
くらえ。
イカズチのご。
はっ
Yeah, HSR had like you had to own a character, or then there's stuff related to owning a character, and then there's stuff related to owning a whole team of characters, right? Like, oh, you got all the Stellaron hunters.
影のカラス。
嫌い。発情。いや、この件はわかるか。
動かないでね。セット。
渚のリン。いや、はっとよっ。
行くよ。
歌よ錦と。
お嬢様の
邪魔をするな。
またか。
ユエーグイ出番だよ。
雨描き型。
$2,000 fish wasn't too bad. Yeah, I mean, Hot nose, we fished for 1,000,000 fish back in the day. You remember the guild achievement back in Cataclysm? I did that for my guild. I did that. I did that. Oh man, the sea turtle. I think I didn't end up getting the sea turtle till Mists. Or maybe I did fish one up in Wrath. I can't remember. Oh, we need to go play HSR. I have to do my character trials in HSR for Finon and all that stuff. I don't think I remember to do all that. You know, I love the art in Genius Invocation. I cannot bring myself to play another game within a game TCG. We do have a bunch of character quests that we could go farm and play in Genshin, though. I have multiple versions old character quests. Oh yeah, commission achievements. Says Naya has no tears, right? Oh man. Naya has no tears. That guy. That one was so annoying. And then I never got. There's like, hold on. If I look here. You have already used this redemption code. Dude, sometimes I log into Hoyo Lab and there's people like posting new codes like all the time and I'm like, did I already use this code? For the love of Godwin, this is a daily commission one. I haven't gotten this ever again. feel like I should have gotten this already from Abyss from that time period. Is there even any place now that has enough enemies for... Oh, I just need to do it more times. I don't even play Hyperbloom enough anymore. Oh my god. Remember when we used to farm the unusual Hilichurl? Yeah, we back in 1.0, like, all of us Honkai third people, like, as soon as we found one in one of our worlds, we were, like, spamming each other. Hey, come to my world. Unusual Hilichurl's up. So those were wild times. I feel like some of these I probably could go back and finish. But, like, so lazy. I don't want... Yeah, look at all the stuff I haven't done in co-op. This is easily, like, a single pull, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, half a pull. Half a pull. Local Legends? No. I don't think I think I stopped caring about Local Legends when the most recent sub map. Because I remember you mentioned that I had to, like, there was, like, a couple of them I had to fight multiple times. And then I was like, nah, fuck that. Like this one, right? Polychrome Tri-Stars. You have to kill them all at the same time, basically. I mean, these are fine for people that actually enjoy this stuff, but I think the great part about this is, like, if I don't enjoy it, I don't have to do it. This is a bummer, though. 23 out of 24. Ain't no way. uh, I enjoyed the ancient sea of bygone eras. I enjoyed that zone. I remember I tried to go back to 100%, and I think I got stuck at like 90 something.
時間も例外ではない
Yeah, I feel like rather than me going back to 100% these achievements, I'd rather go back and just 100% the individual zones, because I know there's like right there was like a time challenge right there, right? But and look, a chest. There are so many things I've left untouched across the entire map that, like, going back through and finishing those, I would have so many more pulls available to me. Is there a new compass? I think so. There's like a new compass. There's plenty of compasses. Pretty sure Fontaine has one and that one has one. Who's that? Is that one of you guys? Golden Dandelion, welcome. Thank you for stopping by the YouTube stream. Yeah, they updated it so that the compass shows challenges instead of just chests. And other mechanics that are related to getting a chest. Yeah, before it was like it would show you one chest that was within the vicinity. I think a lot of it is still just range based. Uh-oh, we're about to start a world quest on accident. we're we're starting a ferry service. Triple the paying rate. Yeah, that would be really fun. Like a new treasure chest marked on the map every day.
Yeah. Hup.無に帰せ。はっ。ふん。
Alright, can you please give me Welkin? I cannot. Should I get back into Genshin? I haven't played this in a month or two, but open world games are starting to pique my interest again. Play whenever you feel like playing. I feel like Genshin right now is in a great state of, like, you play when you want to play on your own terms. Don't feel pressured to do any of the end game content if you don't want to do it, but it's there if you want to, like, do the whole free to play grind. It's all doable. You know, Pot only logs in to play the story and then do a little bit of exploration, and then he stops for the entire version until the next patch is out, you know? So it's all up to what you want out of the game. If you want to just do open world exploration, there's a ton of it to do. Collectathoning and like finding weird little quirky quests along the way.
冷凍の時間よ。清掃を開始します。霧となって散りなさい。滅。ふん。はっはっ。や。
Don't like Genshin nearly as much as I like Zenless. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. You know, with how much time there is in a given day, you should always prioritize the games and the hobbies and the other activities that you enjoy more. Still at Jane's quest line. Yeah, that was where I kind of left off. I think I had, when I went back to Zenless right before 2.0, I was grinding Jane's, the rest of the Jane storyline. Speaking of Zenless, we gotta go play some Zenless here in a bit. It's 4 o'clock. So we have tapped our Star Rail dailies on mobile. But I still want to log into Star Rail on stream to do the whatchamacallit. Because Apocalyptic Shadow reset, didn't it? But why don't I see it on... I don't see Apocalyptic Shadow on the activity log on the side. Oh, never mind, there it is. Ah, crap. 39 days. That's okay. Gotta do Origami Bird Clash too. Willing... Genshin's story just completely lost you. Yeah, there's a lot of story, especially if he took breaks. So there is a lot of story to try to catch up on, and it is kind of hard, but I would probably, in that case, I'd probably, like, click through it while you're in-game, but maybe have, like, a lore YouTube channel on the side that you can watch in between quests, just to kind of, like, make sense of it all. Okay, let's finish this little world quest, and I gotta go use the restroom, and then we'll go play some Zenless, because I think there's a bunch of stuff in Zenless that I need to do before that's on a timer, whereas Apocalyptic Shadow we have plenty of time for before reset. So the trick to a 40 walk, hate to say it this way, but it's to get a job. Even if you're in high school, you can get a part-time job at a local retail store. I think even my store, there's like there's at least, I think there's a girl who's in high school, she just works like a couple days a week. Cashiers on the weekends. It's not a lot, but it could pay for a welcome, you know? Goes to school and everything, and then works on the weekends. Occasionally works on a weeknight. I even remember back when I was in high school, like, I had plenty of classmates that were, like, waiting tables at restaurants and stuff. You know, the work's not glamorous, but depending on your locality and your proximity, you know, it's honest work. Enough to pay for your hobbies. Or you could learn a skill like drawing, and you could sell yourself on the internet as an artist. Fight the robots. Start a Patreon. You could become a content creator. Don't become a content creator. Content creating is a lot of effort with no guarantee of return.
Yeah.
Did we talk about Day in Archon Quest? We did not. but I did finish it. I felt like that quest was like, it was very tragic once you realize the implications for that one girl that you gave the key to. And then like Paimon and Traveler have that reaction like, oh, that one Hilichurl that ran off, it was her. And you're like, damn, that's kind of fucked. That's how I felt about it. The rest of the quest is just kind of whatever, and the lore implications are kind of whatever, but that one moment, I was like, that's kind of heavy. And yeah, and then she runs off again. So, okay, riddle me this. Hilichurls are cursed with immortality, but some of them still eat. But this girl is out there as a Hilichurl, just like, no food. The only thing I felt like I really appreciated about the lore drop was like, okay, now there's a plan that is set in motion. And now we're starting to get some kind of resolution. They do that to feel human. So I wonder, like, behind the mask, do you still see the eyes of, like, the Kenrian star eyes? Actually. Oh, it's just a pyro insignia. Oh, it's just the elemental insignias. They're not Kenria people? I thought that that was one of the lore drops a while back. Only the nobles have the star eyes. But I thought we found out a while back that the Hilichurls were also Canrians, but I guess they were the Canrian peasants. Another region who came to live in Canria, but were cursed along with Canria, basically. It's had such cool designs. Hey, it's I-chan. Hi, Hyperion Lambda. How do they see with the blindfold? I think the blindfold is like a sheer material. But because the idea was that it's supposed to keep dust and the sun from being so bright, right? It's supposed to keep dust out of the eyes, but it's also supposed to keep sunlight out of the eyes. Because if a fabric is thin enough, you can still see through it. I think that is the idea. Wow, I like how these are all just like, they're in their b-boy stance. Oh, except for Collective of Plenty, they're all just in their bodybuilding poses. Alright, what characters should you get as a new F2P player? Whichever one that you like and have the discipline to save for. James the Dragon asks, what characters should you get as a new F2P player? Moeka is really good. She's just really strong, even at C0. So Moeka's on banner right now on a rerun. She's just really strong. Definitely, she benefits more if you have more Natlan support characters. Skirk was at the beginning of this patch, but her banner's already over. I would probably say just save up for the next character that you really like. If you played the Natlan storyline and you resonate with what Moeka stands for, I think she's a good pull right now. I think early on you'd also benefit from picking up a few like key support characters, but it's harder to judge that when you're first starting out. Yeah, I would say probably as a brand new F2P player playing Genshin, I would probably just say just like enjoy the story and enjoy the exploration aspect, because building characters long term is very time consuming, and then you kind of there's a lot of stuff in this game that is like we could spout about what you need for endgame, and it might not even matter because it might be a game mode that you have no interest in, you know? Our general rule of thumb in Honkai 3rd was always like you want to pull the new character because the new character was going to be relevant, but in Genshin, only the very most difficult content is where you'll start to see those power differences, because only recently did they really start introducing like actual hard content that is designed for whales. But yeah, Moika's probably one of the better ones if you can afford the pulls. If you you know, grind in the next week and a half, right? Next 2 weeks. 'Cause how much time is the banner up for? 19 days. So that's like 2 weeks and 5 days, right? Just under 3 weeks. And I think Moika's good enough to play without her signature weapon. You don't need her sword. Of course, if you get her sword, that's great. If not, then I would probably imagine the Blackcliff sword would be like a decent placeholder if you're not buying Battle Pass. You can get that from the Stardust shop? Star Glitter shop. So as you're pulling, this costs 24, so like along the way from pulling, you could probably acquire this. This would be a decent stat stick, but there's also craftable 4-stars that you could probably do. Never get Blackcliff? Nah, Blackcliff was fine. I needed Blackcliff on my Dea. Blackcliff was great on my Dea. What are some other good F2P swords? F2P, so Serpent Spine's out of there. I don't think there's any other F2P ones that come with crit rate, is there? Like, from Crafted? No, Royal Weapons I wouldn't do, but Blackcliff, because they're actually crit damage, I feel like they actually have some value. Alright, what's a craftable two-hander that isn't just flat attack? This is percent attack. This is percent attack. It's energy recharge. This is also percent attack. Yeah, but the Natline craftable is percent attack still. Blackcliff is the most F2P crit damage weapon. Unless you pull one from Gacha, which I think as an F2P player, you're hard-pressed to justify that when you're first starting out. Crit is overrated? Mmm...
モンドへようこそ。
幼なじみなんだから。見てらっしゃい。見たことのないものがあるよ。
What's the on equip effect? Yeah, this one would be good. This one I should make one for Dea too. Do I have enough? I could have an R5 one and just test it for Dea. Elemental Mastery. Is that just because of certain characters like not scaling as well on crit damage? But what was the crit rate for those characters when you tested it? Not enough support. Both 100. 100% crit rate. What's the ratio to crit damage? Damn, I wish we had, like, raid bots for Genshin, or we could just run the simulations. I guess that's, the theory crafters are just doing it with spreadsheets. Could you imagine running sims for Genshin?
Yeah.
177 with an attack circlet? That's insane. Oh, but his weapon has crit damage. And again, right? That's the thing. Sometimes you just need that crit damage on the weapon, and the only way I could get that for Dea before, because all my weapons previously were crit rate, and I had way too much crit rate on Dea, and the only way I was gonna get more damage was if I got a crit damage weapon. And so back during Fontaine, I was just like, well, I need a crit damage claymore, and I had the star glitter to burn. James the Dragon, if you are F2P, don't get Blackcliff Slasher, just use your star glitter for more pulls. Because I guess as F2P, you just need every last pull that you can get. Did Moika also get crit damage on Ascension? I don't even remember. Yeah, so characters that actually just get crit damage on Ascension, of course crit damage is going to be diluted for them. But there's other characters that don't, where crit damage is more valuable because they get a different stat. Yeah, but that's a lot of different variables that in play. 'That's the spicy sands. Yeah, I wish the crit rate was higher. But I think it was one of those situations like you wanted just a little bit of EM on her, right? Because most of her damage comes from getting the melt or the vape. It's 90. I have 90% on her with the 97.6 with the set bonus. I could figure out how to get that last 3%. Yeah, so this is probably one of the weak points, this piece. Like, imagine if I had a line of crit damage. But it was pyro damage, and I was like, oh, I don't want to lose it. Oh yeah, we switched the flower out because we used to have this flower. But this flower was less crit rate. More attack percentage, though. Yeah, I feel like if I ran not an EM goblet or an EM sands, I think that would make up for the attack. And then I would need better substats that had more attack too. So if we took this one, and then we found a pyro that... I don't even know if I have a pyro that is double. I don't. They're all single stat, which is sad. It's so sad. All my pyro damage is not 2 lines. So 91%, but now 2k attack. But now my EM is down to 40. I could do this, drop a little bit of crit damage. And this gets me to 100%. I have Archaic. No, we got Signature on Shilonen, remember? Yes, it should be Archaic Dragon set. Archaic? City of Cinder City? Oh shit, did we get Sidlali's signature weapon? We got the whole signature series for Moika's team. What do I need to put on Sidlali? I never even finished leveling her talents. That's bad. That's bad. I have to go back and finish building her. Who benefits more from Archaic? Prototype Archaic? The not Prototype Archaic. The old set? The really old set. I should probably put Noblesse in this party. But I'm guessing the idea is Bennett would be in the party. Oh my god. Archaic Petra. I really don't want to farm 4-star. I wish they would have just released like 5-star versions of these 4-star sets. Tenacity. Millileth's Tenacity? I don't think I have enough pieces. I stopped farming this a long time ago. I guess I'll go back and keep farming it when I remember to craft. But now that I'm looking at it, it makes a lot more sense why I'm not hitting as high of a number as I could be hitting. And then I guess I need to finish building Yensan too. I guess Yensan would just run Noblesse. Alright, let me go take a quick restroom break. We gotta go tap our Zenless dailies. Actually, did we already tap our Zenless dailies, this morning? Or yesterday morning? I hate putting 4-star sets on my supports, because 4-star sets just have less stats. It's super annoying to play around. I know there's not as much risk as it used to be, because, like, you know, I'll just get good or whatever. But I've often found it just super annoying. Oh, I can move all this over to Sitlali. But then I'd be frustrated when I play Zhongli in a team. And this is the part of Genshin that's super annoying. It's like because gear loadouts don't exist, you're always like, what pieces of gear did I have on this character? Like I don't want to mess up my old teams, even though I don't play them that often, you know. Because your pillar gets broken. Yeah, one of the things I've learned with Zonly is like you always want to set your pillar off to the side. But I wish they would go back and buff some of those old characters, like they buffed characters in HSR. Like, hey, let's just make Zonly and Venti actually playable in 7 point whatever 5.7. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Then we'll play some Zenless. Meatballs, broccoli, in a broth. I think that would be decent.
アビスは世界
I think the biggest thing in favor of Zonli is the ability to deplete enemy Geo shields. Like that will always be one of his like nice to haves. But yeah, Venti, I feel like the only time I ever bring Venti back is when there's a defense stage in Abyss or Theater, and it's all small fry that actually gets controlled by his gather. And I those are like the only times I still play Venti. Like, yes, let me play my freeze cryo snowstorm. Oh, a bunch of hydro small fry? Why yes, Venti Ganyu. And let's cook that way. It's the Colita and Grace figures from Pop-Up Parade. Do we know if Pop-Up Parade has any other ZZZ figures? I don't want to spend 160 for the Ambi, even though that Ambi statue actually did look really good. Okay, so we did... Okay, we have plenty of time. I think I'm gonna go make some snacks before we continue. Hey... yeah, we have to finish doing this movie mini game. All right, chat. Let's take a break. Have break. I'm gonna go fix up some food, and we will continue. Am I pulling for Yuzuha and or Alice? I am very tempted to just top up and get everything next patch. All the outfits, everything. And then my Discord was talking me out of topping up for the Miyabi rerun. Because I took a break during Miyabi and Yanagi's original release. Where's the outfit shop? We do this, right? This, and then we go to Signal Shop. I did want to pick up the Ellen outfit since she got buffed. That means I would have to top up here. And I wanted the Astra outfit, but then I would have to top up too. So I wasn't that excited about Zenless in year one. But lately the interest has been going up. Now, in a game like this, you generally don't want to pull backwards. It's kind of like Honkai 3rd. You want to pull new stuff, you don't want to pull old stuff. But Miyabi's playstyle, when they give you the trial character for like Hollow Zero runs, it is extremely satisfying gameplay. And I feel like the vibe, rather than the numeric benefits of, you know, pulling for the new character versus the feeling of an older character, the vibe is really good. Arguably, I could have just skipped Fufu for the next and just kept saving for next patch, but I felt like Fufu was quite fun. I would like to have Caesar too. Caesar was the reason I quit. I lost to 50-50 and I was like, this sucks. I lost a lot of 50-50s in Zenless. And I played all of year 1 F2P. I only topped up first time for 2.0. Because hoyoverse got me, you know. Alright, 4 days left of all this stuff, but the goal is to basically finish all this. Hold on. Didn't I already submit this for the day? Pretty sure I already did. Yeah, I think we zeroed out and already did a turn in for the current reset. Okay, BRB. I'm gonna go fix some food.
给我命令，我会为你挡住一切威胁的。
boil some water and then just like do meatballs and broccoli. And I remembered, oh, I have some pork chops. I have to pork cutlets that I have to finish before it goes bad. I guess we'll do that instead. Right now, I'm just waiting for the pans to heat up. Found a cat out in the street, fed it tuna and water. Are you going to adopt it? Was it raining outside?
整装待发。需要我帮你卜一卦吗？
Yippee, hello, welcome. Yippee, which character was your favorite? Or was it a combination?
一起合作吧。弹道修正器锁定。反制。压制执行。目标已有出产，请好好欣赏。感谢你的信任。好机会，乘坐战斗的旋律。怎么能少了音乐？我支援你就位。压制阵型，基因离开视力。好机会。我的歌声与你同在。快速打击，没完成任务。继续打击。弹道修正器锁定。锁定威胁，清除。守护就是彻底清除威胁。目标已有出产。谢谢你，喜欢我的歌。很抱歉，这里不能通行。子弹将与风化为一体。开始进行分批修正。
rat girl Jane? Jane Doe?
需要我帮你小安比，听从命令。这次有差
有
呀？你想被我研究一下吗？
行，
除恶务尽。整装待发，我会。你最近的运势好像很不错。
Drop my chop. Holy crap. Boss stage annoying. I think I have to do this 2 more times.
决于此。让我们的灵魂共鸣。动作太慢了。看我这招！一起上轨！动静相宜。不堪一击，邪祟归于尘土。
I think the annoying part is after I finish farming for Yishan, I still have to farm this boss for Fufu. Hmm. Yep. Gotta go farm it all again.
师姐来了。
经验开始进行风之先知。等等。我看，没有任何喘息的机会。轻易开视野。接好。我看。接好。赶紧办事。
该怎么欺负你呢？
这是给你的正反体。麻烦。真是麻烦。冲走吧！
什么任务这么棘手？别走神。
轻易开视野。等等。接好。我看。增制造战斗的旋律。弹道修正器锁住。
记得加权。
快速打击。
别弄花我的指甲。
现在是压制的时候。离远点。目标已有疲态。
我出剪刀，你出布。
真是麻烦。
冲走吧！又有新的好东西到货了，快来看看！又有新的好东西到货了，快来看看！
什么电影？故事要开演了。实名场面。还没看够呢。故事要开演了。
Man, these people have really bad movie viewing etiquette.
不愧是你，想的也太……
Like they're not even
不
whispering.
过放心吧，一般来说，除非
Hope Hoyo won't kill this game. I mean, is it doing not well financially? Why? What makes you say that they may want to kill this game? Yeah, like these NPCs and other player characters are like they're talking out loud and humming and like being loud. Like, come on.
那就好。
Turn off your phones.
哎呀，不愧是高分电影。
Oh, he's whispering now.
挺感人的。你要是看哭了的话，可以直说，我不会笑话你的。
You really feel really bad for Pirate? Brother, didn't you see the WoW drama from the beginning of the year? The guy just does not know when to stop. He just keeps doubling down. Also, we can't sign the petition. It doesn't do any good for us. It has to be EU people who sign the petition.
只是电影而已。
我不要什么特技飞行，我只要你平安。乔瑟夫，
I did my part.
你去好吗？
Simser's from Buenos Aires, and he's killing all the bugs.
难道你还不相信自己未婚夫吗？等着，我就把心情也摘给你看。
不，我相信你，可总有意外让你在我眼前坠落。
The character assassination. I think that
别去，
is one of the risks of being a personality slash influencer of even his size, right? Like he's not super big, but the way he rubbed people wrong even during the OnlyFans situation really put him in the line of fire for a lot of angry fans. And his unwillingness to double down, or his unwillingness to just humble himself and his penchant for doubling down led a lot of angry fans to really dig up his dirt. And now he's just getting roasted on all fronts, right? Like, his take on stop killing games wasn't even like that big of a deal. Like, who even cared about his take on it until after he's put in the spotlight? If only he used the mana gem and the rank 1 blizzard that was clearly on his hotbars instead of just full sending the max rank blizzard. I mean, when I was a kid, I ran that dungeon a bajillion times. You know, like, yeah, everybody made mistakes. You know, the tank could have pulled more safely.
还在想电影的事吗？
Yes, that is also true, Kronos. People just don't care anymore. They're like, this guy's a bad guy. We're gonna roast this guy.
比如男主之所以会采用高难度的飞行，如果不这么，
I didn't get all the answers correctly. Hold on.
虽当然，主要也是因为。
请欣赏光影的魔术。
Yeah, yeah, I get that too, cause he's basically just saying like, I hope you guys get monkey pod. Which is also kind of fucked up, you know? But I get his whole perspective in that, like, he's coming from that game dev side of things where it's like, it's not consumer first, you know? And the whole point of the initiative is to be consumer first.
不可以。不过放，除非。你还好吗？那就好。哎呀，你要是看哭了的话，只是电影而已。
我不要什么特技飞行，我只要你平安。乔瑟夫，别去好吗？
难道你还不相信自己未婚夫吗？等着，我去把心情也摘给你看。
不，我相信你，可总有意外让你在我眼前坠落。乔瑟夫，求你了，别去。
Now we await the verdict. It's only the beginning of the process. It's gonna be a really, really long process before we get any like major resolutions from it. But at least it's to the attention of lawmakers where like game developers actually need to think more long term.
但如果是你，老实说，我不喜欢这位男主角的行为，打着为了未婚妻的名头，采取如此高难度的飞行，人不应该如此轻率的。更重要的是，不会有人想要看到所爱。当然，若非不得已，也没有人。尽管还有很多剧情上的问题，这部电影依然给我带来了不错的体验。
Well, like the initiative said, right? Getting the votes or getting the signatures in the UK and in the EU is just to get it into the legislative crosshairs, so that lawmakers in those respective territories are forced to actually consider, okay, like what can we do for the the citizens that wanted this. So with the new trailer, is Genshin back? I feel like for me, Genshin never really left. but it was always, you know, the ebb and flow of like, all right, we're gonna have hype story versus all right, we're just, you know, slow story. I feel like the last two patches had a lot of stuff going for it, you know? Yeah, yeah. And that's why he's doing it in the UK and the EU, because in America, like, existing bad laws have already kind of killed such an initiative from taking off in America. You know? Consumer rights. That's all we want. Like, think about it this way, right? Like, was it GOG or G2 GOG, right? They had the um DRM free versions of Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 1. And they had to pull those from the store because Blizzard did their remasters for those games. But I own the old discs for Warcraft 2, you know? Am I going to have to find like an old Windows XP or Windows 98 SE to run those games? And the answer is, if I want to play those games now, I would have to rebuy the BattleNet versions, because I waited too long to buy them on GOG. But think about it this other way, Kronos, right? Think about all the gacha games that went end of service. Like, imagine if they went end of service, you could still maintain uh, a single player mode, a single player version of those games. Like, that's at least Capcom did that for Mega Man X Dive, right?
神变成帮部，会是什么感觉？
The non-refunded reforged version. Yeah, you can get the reforged version.
就不能吃汉堡了，看电影也会被前面的座椅挡住视线。你们对帮部很好，成为你们的帮部应该是一件幸运的事。
At least, based on Grubby's reviews, the latest version, the 2.0 version of Reforged, fixed a lot of issues and is actually like playable. The biggest problem, in my opinion, was the fact that at that time, the director of Blizzard Classics games chose to outsource the development to third party, and that third party didn't respect the art direction. They made it too polished, and like they lost a lot of the silhouettes and the color language of the original one. Yeah.
不能接受他的行为。尊重他人的观影体验，也是对电影的尊重。谢谢你，我的气场攻击好像对他无效。
How would you complete? Yeah, I think part of it is they were still trying to push the whole BattleNet app.
气场，电影里的反派都可以用气场令对手屈服。
The interconnectivity and all that. I think the thing that was annoying though is that I think they replaced some of the voice lines, right? They replaced some of the voice acting. But I do recall that you can just play the old graphics on Reforged. And then I think on the 2.0 update, it actually they added like high res textures for the like original graphics. So you could play original graphics with high res textures without having to switch to the updated graphics. But they made it better, basically.
No.
笑点密集，而且风格鲜明。看，我要把它加到安比精选百看不厌电影50部里。其实一开始只有10部。没有，每种汉堡都应该是必吃的。汉堡是电影的灵魂搭档，我们一人一半吧。
Dude, sneaking a whole burger into a movie theater?
如果搭配汉堡，百看不厌的电影就可以是，这是看电影的秘诀。很好笑，你也看得很开心，不是吗？结局我很喜欢。主人公变回人类后，没有抛弃帮助他的帮部朋友，没有抛弃自己在帮部时期的容身之所。虽然是喜剧的主人公，但很值得尊敬。和我不一样。不是吗？但我逃避了很久。是吗？谢谢你，这样像电影一样的台词，我从没想到竟然能在现实中听到。今天不只是看了一部好电影。如果生活是一场喜剧，也许人和帮部没什么不一样。这部电影应该会在安比精选百看不厌电影里保存很久。
Yeah, I agree.
谢谢你陪我。有机会的话，我们和狡兔的大家一起。
I agree, Simser.
“请欣赏光影的魔术。” 望您有尽兴。
哟，灵，
哟，哥哥，果然你会提前到。
在仓库里发现了粗简版的胶卷，为了宣传电影院，所以拿出来放映。
没错。
无本如斯。
啊，不是侵袭次世代吗？
侵袭次世代，我查查。确实，这2部是在同一个仓库里找到的胶卷，不过那是一部动作类型的商业片吧？这种片子的废镜头为什么要看？无本如斯的废镜头有消息说，可是包含了一条完整的剧情线的。导演认为自己的表达有些过于自我了，还受到了一些制片方的影响，所以才删除。但是如果结合上下文还有特殊的生化设，
哥哥就是这样，一聊到自己喜欢，
灵也是这样的吧？
我哪有？不过哥哥应该不知道吧？院线版侵袭，
我刚说什么来着？反正时间足够长。
不过
那今天我们就一起看吧。
请欣赏光影的魔术。
The selection ritual. Well, that's also, Simser, part of the reason Kronos and I were like always like documenting our accounts, right? The account showcase and reviews. That's our own personal log of, you know, our Honkai 3 experience, even if the servers do eventually go down. I remember Toki, I don't know if you remember when Toki would come on my stream back in the Honkai 3 early days, but I used to ask him about when they took the GGZ global servers down, like how he felt. He's like, it's whatever, I still have all my old videos.
虽然有些不礼貌，但是刚刚落座的时候不小心看到了灵发给朋友的消息，说是我的超绝钝感力人机哥哥之类的，好像被毫不留情的嫌弃了。好了
Even Tower of Fantasy. Maybe we should load up Tower of Fantasy at some point and just walk around. I don't know that there's much. I feel like Tower of Fantasy really rode that like that Genshin hype wave. But I feel like in the end Wuwa just did it better, right?
好像事实总是并非如此呢。也总是还有不会变的，就算明天变得更糟，只要法厄同还有对方。
大人们总是心怀对于将来的疑虑，可我觉得，就算明天没有变得更好
Oh yeah.
更糟，
The near future urban fantasy action adventure 3D RPG
越过街道和楼宇的边缘，
where you can drive cars.
我几乎
Bro, we got NTE before GTA 6.
从东边和西边蔓延进漆黑的空间。
Could you imagine if they did a Cyberpunk 2077 but like third person?
是的回忆，老去的街道，
Witcher 3 style.
全都和夕阳和烟花和少年一起被埋在那里的。
I think that would have been really fun if MiHoYo for Zenless actually just did like an urban fantasy Genshin instead of what Zenless ended up.
还记得吗，林？要
要去搜集好多好多这样的，想从那些老时光的只言片语里，不知不觉间，就连我们自己的回忆，也成为了老时光的。灵，虽然我有点迟钝，不过你是在学我。
Like
我只是想起了我们小时候在鹤。
like Arc City vibes, right?
而已。
In a few years, yeah. And remember when Star Rail first released, like it really hit. 在导演剪辑版里，终于听到了主人公没讲完的故事，了却了一个小小的心愿。可是说来有些抱歉，刚刚看电影的时候，其实有些走神。在主人公 Makes me want to replay Final Fantasy X.
想起了很多我们曾经共同经历的回忆。
Even 10 too.
如此。灵，不管还有多少。
Should I make another attempt at a 100% run of 10 2?
赫里俄斯机关，神将，法厄图。
请欣赏光影的魔术。期待您再来。
I enjoyed 16 a lot. Some of the plot lines are like, you know, they're a little bit dumbed down. Some of the dialogue is a little bit dumbed down, but then you're like, okay, maybe it is still aimed at like younger audiences. But yeah, FF7 FF7R2, I still need to pick that up and play through it. It is on sale this week. I did see that. This Mercury in retrograde or something.
你来啦？嘿，你换新衣服啦？那当然。其实这件衣服买了很久，放在衣柜里一直想不起来穿。昨天回家路上绞尽脑汁想，不过也不知道最近体重有没有变化。你实话实说，穿着会不会显胖？
怎么会？非常合身。
真的？那就好。看来我选衣服还是很有眼光的嘛。那包包呢？和衣服搭不搭？不瞒你说，包包可是逛了好久地摊才淘到的，不仅风格很搭，关键还便宜，和衣服加起来才……我为什么第一次穿出来就要大肆炫耀它便宜啊？请把刚刚关于价格的话忘掉。
好的，我忘光了。不过话说回来，早知道我也换一身衣服来见你了。
哦，你想买新衣服了吗？下次买的时候可以叫上我，我可以在旁边帮忙参谋参谋。
好，下次一定叫上你。我也想买又便宜又好看的衣服。
就这么约好了。接下来说说今天的安排吧。
昨天不是说观影安排全包在你身？
说是这么说，其实我也没什么点子了。
还是换一换，我来付钱吧，这样也能减轻一些你打工的负。
哎呀，别，不许提打工。
请欣赏光影的魔术。
I think my one major regret with this event was that it's too much like non-combat related activities. I think a little bit would have been great, but I feel like this one just dragged a little bit too long. Like if it was only half as short, it would have been okay.
是的，不过也不算小狗，皮卡还挺大只的，完全伸展开时能占掉我大半张床。我去救助站领养它的时候，它还是很小一，不仅不护食，还会把好吃的让给家里的其他成员。我确实也，我觉得不光是人在引导着宠物，将来我一定会让自己的孩子和皮卡一起生活。不止皮卡，还有麻薯和大地。喜爱小动物的孩子一定不会学坏，你说是吧？不好意思，不知道为什么，总之。
Oh, that makes sense. They're talking during the trailers. Thank you. Venus has good movie watching etiquette.
当时把你从裂隙里拽出来的时候，你连个关头都不敢接。没想到这么快就得依靠你了。来，牵一绳，这次换我跟着你的直觉走了。
知道是演的，但即使是演的，小狗也好努力啊。谢谢。这电影，哪天有机会把它带出来和你玩吧。我也觉得你是个喜欢小动物的人。麻鼠啊，它很怕生，恐怕带不出来。啊，不过有办法，如果你不嫌麻烦的话，今后可以来我家看看它们。正好我过段时间要出远门，正愁这3个孩子怎么办呢？想找谁帮忙去我家添个粮、换个水什么的。
Oh, she needs a dog sitter.
本来想找妈妈帮忙的，但她说害怕大狗，还猫毛过敏。如果你不嫌麻烦，拍得太好了，人没有辜负小狗，小狗也没有辜负人。多好的故事啊！
Why do you have it?
想看什么电影？
Oh. Man. This event's a little exhausting.
希望你有惊喜。
I'm glad I'm almost done, but man, this one definitely took a lot out of me. What? It's our Bangbu. Where is Eos? This is the one for the bear, right? This is the bear, or not the bear, but the panda. I'm gonna try to get through this stuff. $2 kilos of crayfish. Whose appetite is like insane. I wish we could use our own if we have the character. I'm not that amazing.
如此。交给弟子吧。夫妇做得不错，阴阳相生。 心动不如行动。
有事？
你最近的请教。
编后今天的卦象是以行侠仗义。
人是铁，饭是钢，师兄我会溜肥肠。 人是铁，饭是钢，师兄我会溜肥肠。
I think after this, we might call it a night. I just have so many old commissions.
支付足额齿轮硬币，认证成功，阀门开启中。支付足额齿轮硬币，认证成功，阀门开启中。支付足额齿轮硬币，认证成功，阀门开启中。
师傅，偶尔也让弟子我。 早晨一般会有各种各样的突发状况呢。鸟击是你坚强的护盾，不是树洞。
Chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. 5 hours of broadcasting. I'm a little bit tired. Thanks everybody who stopped by, both on Twitch and on YouTube. It's probably the most chat activity I've had on the YouTube side. So shout outs to all of y'all that watched on YouTube this evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world. I'll catch up with you all later. I think I'm gonna go get rest and hopefully try to get my sleep ready for tomorrow, because I have to reset my sleep a little bit today so I can be up early tomorrow. Maybe I'll fiddle with the 3D printer after I go offline for a bit. Alright, take it easy. I will see you all later on. Have a good one. GG's.